Anyone coming in? Hello. I'm just getting a few things set up. Hey, Stubby. Hello. Welcome in. Congrats on first. How you doing? I'm just gathering things right now. Pop. I love that sound. We're gonna do the Thai food today. Ford asked for it, Ford gets it. Let's see. Garlic, cayenne pepper, please. Here. Hey, Jimbo. Welcome in. I'm just getting some spices and things ready. We're going to have to do some substituting today. I'm going to violate Uncle Roger's rules. We're going to start off today by making a marinade and getting some chicken marinated. Because the marinade is supposed to sit for a couple of hours, and this time we're going to try to do at least an hour. Yeah, I figured out one way to fix it. All your tools should be working now. And it was stupid. 2 tablespoons? Really? Ooh. Okay. That's a lot of coriander. I think that's going to empty my jar. There's 2. Okay. We'll be up just a couple of minutes, guys. First drop today. I love those nerves. Hey, Slushy. How you doing today, Slushy? Welcome in. These spoons are human. Okay. I'm just getting set up, Slushy. We got a lot of stuff to make today, and of course a lot of spices. The marinade requires like 8. Plus, I'm going to have to do something I don't normally do. I'm going to have to cut fresh ginger. Since this is a new recipe for me, I'll be following it pretty closely so we can see how it tastes, and then I'll make adjustments. It wants dark soy sauce. I don't have that. I do have fish sauce though. I have low sodium soy sauce. We'll use that. Minutes now? I got about 6 hours until I get those sushi. It will be somewhat spicy, yes. This is more about kind of a savory flavor. There will be some spice to it, but it won't be really overly powerful. Not everything needs to be super powerful. I'm actually going to use the fish sauce today. Not going to use all of it, but I am going to use it. Fish sauce is extremely salty. Hope everybody's having a good weekend. I'm trying my best here. A little rough. 6 tablespoons of brown sugar. Okie dokie. Let's say what kind of brown sugar. I bought basmati and I had a bag in here, dang it. Oh, so she's going for the joke already. Well, I'm sitting here trying to figure things out. Okay. Oh, let me think about it for a second. Oh, gosh. I remember one that I saw the other day. You know, I found this vinyl record that was called The Sounds of Wasps. But when I played it, I said to myself, this doesn't sound like wasps. Turns out I was right. I was playing the B-side. Dun, 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 dun. Jindal, I don't know if you're right there or not, but question, since this is your kind of thing. I don't actually have, looks like I don't really have any viable brown sugar. Can I use coconut sugar? It's about the same, isn't it? I have coconut sugar, I just don't have brown sugar. Ah, okay. Let me look and see if I have some. I don't know, I'm gonna dig a little bit. The brown sugar I've got is extremely old and it looks like it got a little bit moist and it's hard as a brick. It also, by chance, doesn't say what kind of brown sugar, whether it's dark or light or anything else. It just says brown sugar.
Hello, hello, can you hear me here?
I absolutely can. I can hear you.
Okay, so yes, it says you can use coconut sugar to replace brown sugar to 1-to-1 ratio. It's just a slight difference in just baked goods, but since you're cooking, you're not baking, it should be fine.
I'm making a marinade with it, so.
It should be fine, yeah. Hopefully I'm not too loud. I decided it's easier to just talk to you instead of typing it out while I'm doing my taxes.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I thought it might be alright to use it.
Yep. I just never had coconut sugar before, so I find it interesting.
I'm surprised people are asking the question as to why I have coconut sugar and not brown sugar.
Yeah. Yeah, since you brought it up, why do you have coconut sugar, not brown sugar?
Because I was using it for an Indian recipe a little while back. A lot of the South Indian recipes call for coconut and use coconut sugar as part of the sauce.
Afternoon, Joshire, and here's your question from Slushy Wolf. Why do people like to eardrop at a office meeting with Taco Bell executives, even though it's not your business?
What?
Nice. Good one, Slushy.
Okay. I also prefer coconut sugar for a lot of things because it doesn't, even when it clumps up and it gets hard, you can shatter it pretty easily and it goes right back to powder. Where brown sugar gets mushy.
And what are we making today? Lots and lots of things.
Yes, we are. At the moment, I'm just getting some ingredients ready for a marinade. We are going to make satay, which is chicken skewers. And we'll be using peanut sauce for that, but I have to make the marinade first. And the marinade takes a couple of hours to soak. So I'm just getting that stuff ready here just before I start switching over to the camera. I already had all these bamboo skewers, so I thought it'd be a good time to use them. The problem is finding a tray to put them in so I can soak them. Use a lot of baking stuff. I'll be right there, guys. It's not big enough either. Dang it. That one is okay. All right, we can switch over. Not yet. We're getting there. So the first thing I mentioned was satay. Satay, S-A-T-A-Y. In a lot of Thai restaurants and Chinese restaurants, it's basically considered to be an appetizer in a lot of cases. They give you 2, 3, 4 skewers. I'm going to make a bunch of them. I haven't got a ton of chicken today, but I do have some. And for that, I'm working on the sauce, working on the marinade for it right now. So what I've gone and gotten, I've gotten some actual Thai chilies. Unfortunately, these are not the right kind. These are Thai chilies, but they are not the red chilies that it calls for. We've got lemongrass, which is something you haven't seen me use very much. We've got our brown sugar. In this case, it's, as I mentioned earlier, this is palm sugar. We've got 3 tablespoons of coriander. We've got low sodium soy sauce in this case. It does call for dark soy sauce, which I don't have. We have turmeric. We've got cumin. We've got cayenne pepper. We've got fresh ginger, which I'm going to have to slice. We've got shallots, our little onion friend. I have fish sauce. And I also skinned some garlic today, too. So I don't have any jar garlic today. And I'm just gathering up the rest of it here in just a second. I'm trying to remember what all I need. We need vegetable oil and chicken thighs. That's pretty much it. Now, I also have a big bottle of peanut sauce, which is for serving. You don't cook with this. Now our second dish, which will be the next thing that we work on, will be a Thai red curry. Now this is also a chicken curry. It is going to be a good bit on the spicy side, yes. This recipe is all over the board. I have seen lots of variations with it, but I'm going to make one that had a pretty high rating and was very easy to make. The very easy to make part is the important part here, because I don't try to make super complicated things for you all. I'd like to make things so that you all can do them and try them yourselves. So making it complicated gets to be too difficult. Nobody wants to try. Right now, all I've done is I've just gathered up a bunch of stuff that you can go buy. No big deal. The third dish is going to be a shot in the dark, but I'm going to try to make some tom yum soup. This is also an easy recipe. It is one that one that I've never tried. It is not going to be the traditional one. I can tell you that right now, because it requires galangal, and it requires kafir lime leaves and a few other things as well. And I just can't get any of that here. It's not available in this area, and this city just does not have it. So we will be using that. As a substitute, I'll be using basil and lemon juice, and I do have Thai basil for that. The tom yum soup will be shrimp. There's lots of variations on that one as well. You can make it with chicken, you can make it with fish as well, as long as you have a fish that is firm, something that won't fall apart very easily and flake. Oh, chicken. Trying to talk and think and pick things out at the same time is a little difficult. So I got 4 pounds of chicken, which means I don't have a little bit less than 4 pounds of chicken. I don't have quite enough to do all this. So we're going to be a little short on it here and there, but I don't think it'll make much of a difference. So without further ado, we'll go ahead and start getting the satay sauce ready. As soon as I get a couple of pictures. I'm going to start putting a redeem in that says, remind me to take pictures. I have managed to forget to take the pictures 3 times now. I'm sitting here so busy cooking and getting things ready, I forget that we have to have our before and after pictures. And I had to post those weak sauce video camera pictures that were all shady. I don't want to do that again. So I'm going to use half the chicken for the satay and half the chicken for the curry. I'm also going to try and take my time today. There we go.
Right. Extra.
Rar, who's Rar? Oh, thank you, Slushy. I literally just poured a drink. Hey, Cheshire. So what we're going to do is we're going to, of course, mix all of this into one bowl. We're going to chop up our shallots, and I think I'm going to use three of these small ones for this. And I'm going to use a little bit of lemongrass, but not all of it. I do need to remember this time to take off the outer skin of it, because last time I learned the hard way that this outer skin was extremely dry and it splintered. I have a new phone as well, so hopefully the pictures will be a little bit better. All right. Okay, Jingle, thank you. That's awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this marinade started. I'm going to pull the chicken out here. Set it on the side. And get us a bowl. So we're going to go ahead and just put in our liquid ingredients first. Now, because I'm only using 2/3 of the fish sauce, I'm going to add a little bit of water to it. That'll make up for the missing tablespoon of liquid that we need. Now I'm going to slowly whisk in these powders and get them nice and mixed. Get them dissolved. It's a lot of cumin and a lot of coriander. Once you add cumin and coriander, it's a curry. I don't understand how this amount of liquid is going to do the job here. We'll see. There's our turmeric. Definitely smells like curry. That has a strong smell to it. Redeem the 50,000 one, Jashar. Find out what happens. All right, we are going to be, when I make this sauce right here, we are going to put all of this into a food processor to grind it up. Just checking the liquid quantity because it does seem wrong to me. Oh, we need 2 tablespoons of oil as well. That will help. The oil we need to coat the chicken with. I think I've got to chop up this garlic. We don't want to leave it like that. I'm pretty sure. Sliced shallots. Yeah, okay. I don't really need to chop it up because we're going to put it in the food processor, right? Put that in there. I'll wait and put that in by hand. Now, for my food processor mistake, last time, lemongrass, I learned that we needed to chop the lemongrass up a little bit first. Let me see how many chilies it was supposed to have. Oh, it was red chilies or cayenne. Well, we're gonna put 2 little chilies in there. It'll make it a little more spicy, make it a little more lively. These are Thai chilies, of course. We'll set those aside. We'll skin up these shallots. I'm hearing now that we're about to start having an avocado problem. Apparently the inspector in Mexico was threatened by the cartel, and now we're not allowed to import any more avocados. So that's going to be fun, right? All right, there's one sliced up.
Yeah, that's bad. If we can't get avocados, all the poor Californians and their avocados.
Well, they're the ones that actually produce them here, so. Except for that odd farm, I think, that they've got in Kentucky, that indoor farm. That's a huge place. It's like 1 million square acres or feet or something. All right, we got a bad spot in this one. Wish I'd seen that earlier. We'll just get that out. Well, since you're doing taxes, Jim, do you want to do mine for me? I'll pay you.
No.
It's actually not that hard. It's just, I don't want to do it.
Well, it's not difficult, but I'm looking at the amount that I'm getting offered for a refund and determine if I, because of Twitch funds, it's like that's a separate form that costs money to fill out. And I'm like, couldn't I just do this myself?
What are you using? Is that like TurboTax or something?
I've been filing through HR Block or Tax Slayer.
Alright, so there's that
And
one.
usually I do the free filing because we don't have state income tax to file. It's just federal.
Yeah, I have state, so.
Yeah. And that's the other reason why I don't want to do it. It's like, state, that's just too complicated. I just do the federal filing, which is free.
There's that one. Alright, let's get this lemongrass. I'll take the outer skin off. This stuff is very, very firm. And has a very thick body to it. It will add a lemon flavor to everything. Let's see. Ooh, let's use the big chopping knife. A lot easier with this knife. Last time I tried to do this, I did it with one of the little knives. It was bad. They look like little pizzas. There we go. That ought to work a lot better now. Now we got to deal with this ginger. I've never really been good at dealing with ginger. So I'm going to break off a chunk of it here. And try and figure out how to peel it. I don't think this will work, but we'll try. Oh, well, it will. Okay, good.
Get a potato peeler and just do that.
This stuff will hit you with a very strong smell almost immediately. I'm going to do this over the trash can. Actually, this one's not too bad. The last time I tried to do this, the stuff was really, really hard. This one's not bad at all. There we go. Not bad. Cut that little V-notch out of there. Alright, how much of that do we use? It says a thumb-sized piece. I'm going to qualify that as a thumb-sized piece. Now I'm using ginger because I can't get the galangal. So I'm going to go ahead and slice this up too, because this is a very fibrous root. You can hear it cutting through the fibers. It's kind of like a zipper. There we go. This is too thick for any kind of serving stuff, but it's perfectly fine for our food processor. Okay. Now I did mention that I was soaking some bamboo skewers. Let's remember that they're made out of wood. You need to soak them before you put them in the oven, or you will end up burning them. Of course, this is intended to be grilled. I don't have a grill, so it's also 20 degrees outside, so not our favorite kind of thing to do. All right, I'm going to dump all this in the food processor here in just a second. Not bad, not bad. See how it works. Okay. It very rapidly spreads up to the side, sticks, so I'll have to probably open and close it a couple of times. We want this to be fairly well blended. And just as I thought, there's not enough liquid in here. Okay, I'm going to add a little water to it. Bring it up a little so it'll slip around. I don't like doing it, but it should work. Now we've got more of a marinade. Let's get our chicken ready. We're going to cut our chicken up into basically 1-inch pieces. That we can put on skewers. Gonna get our bigger knife for this one. How's everybody doing? When you get that much, you will. There's probably a couple people in the chat that have it if they're willing to dare to do it. That curse redeem's only been redeemed once. And it was a while ago. All right. I'm going to try to make my cuts all fairly universal and even when I do this. If we make we have to make the chicken fairly even and uniform so that we can get them onto the skewers and have them cook at the same rate. That one should be all right. You make them too thin, or you make some of them too thin, or some of them too thick, it'll be a problem. I'm gonna put a little bit of the marinade on the first layer here. We got a nice semi-chunky mix here, which should do pretty well. There we go. That is definitely an odor there. I like it. going on? Oh. Okay. I know that when I made this marinade today, it would be a little too much, which is good because I'd rather soak it than leave it short. It's because the recipe called for like 8 chicken thighs. Of course, those numbers are always subjective because you never know what size chicken thighs you're going to end up with. Some of them can be really big, some of them can be almost nothing. It just depends. There we go. Now we've got a lot of this marinade left, which is good. Get it nice and soaked. Get that nice and wet. There's our first batch. Wash my hands. Now, ideally, you want to do this the day before. They suggest that you do this for 24 hours and let it soak. Yes, moist. Flushy gets it. Somewhere Ford is going. Okay. I'm going to put this in the refrigerator and let it soak. We're going to do this very last today. And now we will clean up and get started on the next one. This board's already got chicken on it, which is fine because I'm going to do another chicken dish here in just a second. Okay, Thai red curry. There are literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of variations on it, but some of the basics of it are always the same. It's always red curry paste. It's always onions and other things. Let me get you reset here. I bumped you. Oh, what's going on? Oh, another hydrate, huh? You have good timing because you keep dropping it in the chat right after I do it. Okay. Our next dish is our chili, our red curry. So for this one, we're going to use basmati rice, and it calls for canola oil, but I am going to use olive oil for this. There's our basmati rice. I went and got some white rice this time. White basmati rice. We need a tablespoon of oil, so I'll go ahead and get that. That's about a tablespoon. The veggies, I'm going off of memory here. I got a recipe, but I'm going off of memory as to what veggies and things were in the curry that I used to get all the time. I used to get red curry, and I used to get Prick King curry from a little old retired grandma that came in from Thailand here in town, and she owned a restaurant, and she did a lot of this stuff. It was all it all was very, very, very good. And I used to go in there every week. And some of you have been around long enough, you know that when she closed down because I posted about it, I was really upset. And that was one of the reasons when I started. That was about the time that I had actually started cooking for everybody. So, all right, we got oil. We got the 1.5 pounds of chicken, which I've already got over here. Kosher salt and black pepper. I don't have kosher, I never do, but I do have sea salt and ground pepper. Sea salt's good enough. I'm not going to add very much. That's about a teaspoon. Oh, I gotta refill my pepper shaker. Hold on a second. I swear I was prepared today. There we go. I definitely prefer grinding all of my pepper. Get a little more coarse this time. Here we go, salt and pepper. Grinding the peppercorns brings out the smell and the flavor. Buying prepared just ruins it. It's all bland and it's just sneeze powder at that point. Okay, we need more shallots, we need more garlic, and we need red curry paste, and it calls for quite a lot of it. I got a couple of jars of it today because I couldn't find any decent sized cans. Well, let me get the dry items first. Do we even have any dry items in this one? No. Huh, okay. We need ginger again. So we need about a tablespoon of it. That looks like about a tablespoon. We're gonna need shallots, which I just put back. I'm going to use a big one. I have one big one here, which was starting to sprout, actually. So I need to use it. I hope it's still okay. Should be. 3 cloves of garlic. Okay. I've got a few ready here. I'm going to use 4, just because. It's never too much garlic, trust me. Never, never, never. We need 3 tablespoons of red curry paste. I have tried my best to figure out what's in it, and you're just not going to do it. So, I got some pre-made stuff, which you kind of have to. 3 tablespoons is 9 teaspoons is 18 half teaspoons. I think that, yeah, it'll fit. Okay. We need 9 of these. That's 1 tablespoon. Looks like we only had 2 in the jar here. It's good because I got 3 jars, so we should have enough. Our tom yum soup also requires a little bit of this as well. That's 2 tablespoons. And that's 3 tablespoons of curry paste. Spicy red curry paste. All right, so there's that's part 2. Let's see, what else we got? We got ginger, we got coconut milk, we got broccolini, green onions, cilantro leaves, and lime juice. Now this is basically the red curry sauce. What we're going to use it for is, well, the broccoli, except for the broccoli, it's basically designed for broccoli, but I'm going to do this a little differently today. We are going to do it the way that I remember eating it in the restaurant, which means we've got some veggies to add. And I'm going to get a plate for that. We're going to have green beans. We are going to have 1 bit of broccoli here. We will cut it pretty finely. We are going to have our organic baby corn here. I managed to find a can of bamboo shoots as well. I remember her having these. We are going to add a sliced carrot. Water chestnuts, just a little bit. And let's see, what else we got? Oh yes, coconut milk. This one requires coconut milk. I have some light coconut milk, so it doesn't have quite as much cream in it and fat. What else? Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. Oh, lime juice and cilantro. Of course. Well, let's get the lime juice out. How much lime juice? Again, we'll be using, this is a fresh recipe because I've not done it before. I'm going to add everything as close to the original recipe as possible. Got lime juice. This is where one of the deficiencies is. I do not have the lime leaves, but I do have cilantro. I know some people don't like it, but it's pretty essential in a lot of dishes. Of course, if anybody tells me they don't like it and they can't eat it because it tastes like soap, then I certainly won't use it for them. Because I'm not a butthead. Okay. So we just need to start prepping everything and getting our chicken ready. This looks like it's going to be quite tasty. What do you think? Let me get the chicken. I know I'm going a little slower than usual. I'm doing it so that I don't start stressing. I had a bad day yesterday. I don't want to repeat it. Chicken. See if I can rearrange this a little bit. Need to wipe the counter down too. I also think things tend to go a little better when I take a little bit longer to do things the right way. I don't miss things. How's everybody doing? Ah, yeah, okay. Now, let's see, what else have we got? Anything else for this one? Is that it? I think that might be it. So I've tried using the pressure cooker a couple more times since the first time I used it, and I managed to very heartily burn the rice because I was waiting for it to whistle and it never did. So I've got to figure out how to adjust that weight and get it to where it's not sitting and just letting it leak and hiss. Oh God. Okay. I heard a loud noise and I was like, what the heck was that? It was the wind. We're having windstorms here too. I know that they're having them over in England and it's pretty bad. I saw that footage of the ship in Germany too, where the ferry nosed under and the water rushed into the front. That was pretty bad. Waiting on your pickles to cool so you can put them in. Oh, somebody else is making pickles. You say that too loud and you might summon a certain panda. I'm also going to serve this one with a little bit of Thai basil, so I'm going to put a little bit of this on the plate for a garnish. I've got two extra spare jars of this red curry, so we might end up using it for something else too. A little bit later, sometime soon. I think this is it, so we are going to get our picture. This one requires water, of course. Any recipe that requires water or oil, I tend to just not put it in the picture because it's kind of a given. But you'll see it in the recipe, of course. Let's see if I can get us a nice picture here. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get all of our veggies prepped and get them ready. We're going to get our ginger cut up. Now, the ginger in this one, they want it to be cut into very thin little slices. We're not going to grind it up. We're going to get our basmati rice cooked, but we're going to do it closer towards the end because apparently it doesn't take very long for that to cook. I'm going to open cook it in a sauce pot. Oh, what's going on over there? Touching my mind? What? Okay, whatever you say, Joshua. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get our a big pot. I'm not going to use the Dutch oven for this because I'm going to save the Dutch oven for the soup. And we're going to cook this chicken. I'm going to probably use the black iron to get the chicken ready, and then we'll put it in the pot. And we're going to, get the hard veggies like the carrot here and our onions and our garlic and our ginger and our chicken, and just kind of get that about half to 3/4 of the way cooked, and then we'll add in all the other things after it's been simmering for a little while. We want it to soak into the chicken. There's going to be a lot of curry sauce because we've got 3 tablespoons of this paste, and we're going to be putting 3 cups of water in it. And the lime here will add to the flavor, but it'll also put in a little bit of acidity, which will eat into things a little bit and help the flavor cut in. So we're going to do that. The dough. Oh, don't start that. I saw that. All right, so I'm going to move some of these things off and get us a couple of bowls ready. We've got our super thin ones, and I've got our singing bowls here. They've got a nice sound to them. Now I don't want to mix all this on one place. I also have 2 dozen skewers soaking in water right now too, which I gotta put somewhere else. I also got some of these in the mail. I don't know if anybody's familiar with these things, but boy, do they hurt. Those things literally hurt. Love them. That Bakmat Dim is extremely powerful. All right. Sauce and this. Alright, I'm going to move the chicken out of the way. We'll do that second because I don't want to contaminate my hands just yet. And bring back our other cutting board for the veggies. Again, trying to not make tremendous messes today. We want these intact. We don't want them all crushed. These were soaked in oil. I didn't cut them all up. I didn't get skinned garlic because every time I've done that, it's gone bad on me before I used it. That is definitely sprouting. If there's not too much of it left, I've got another one still. I'd love to grow these, but I don't think they would survive here. Now, let's see. Are these supposed to be sliced or are they supposed to be diced or what? Minced. These are supposed to be minced. Okay, so these are soft material. Somehow in my head I heard somebody yell at me to move the board closer. Whoever that was, I hope you got what you needed. That's a lot of shallot. Hope it's not too much. Well, I guess we'll find out. That's a nice smell. See how much that big fat shallot gave us? That's quite a bit. That's like a half cup, if not a little more than that. Boy, it's spicy too. It's getting my eyes a little bit. Alright, got chopped and ground shallot. Now we're going to get our veggies started and our onions here. Our garlic over here. Another little bowl for those. And myself personally, I'm going to add a couple of these Thai chilies to it as well. The red curry paste has some kick to it, but it's not that strong. So I'm going to chop up I'm going to slit a couple of these chilies and put them in there. I'm not going to chop them all to heck and just mince them. We want these to be nice and thin. Come on, guys, stay on the board. All right, there we go. These are mostly for serving, but if you're going to use them in any recipes, and they're required for some for serving and some for cooking, use the white and the light green parts for the cooking, use the dark green parts for the serving. Hey, Raging Dragon, welcome in. Oh, Lance is here? Hey, Lance. Happy birthday. And Stony, welcome in, welcome in. All right, so next I'm gonna rinse off our beans and our carrots here and get those skinned and chopped up, and our Thai chilies here. I've used up almost all of my ramekins today already. All right, for these chilies, we want them to release flavor, but we don't want them to be minced up. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna basically cut them most of the way through, like that. Because these little boogers will hurt if you don't do it right. I would prefer red ones, but couldn't get any. There we go. Now I'm going to do another round of peeling on this garlic and ginger. Rinse our veggies. Okay. So we'll get our broccoli next. Of course, you can make all of this without adding the chicken in. You can just add more veggies. We don't want much of the stalk in this one. And we want these to be relatively small, so we want little bits like this. Everybody wish Lanson a happy birthday, by the way. He's been a good friend for a while now. Only almost 2 years, I think. I'm not even sure anymore. We've been hanging out so long. There we go. Get them all nice and broken off. The little ones. And there's our broccoli ready. Easy enough. The broccoli will cook fairly quick, so we don't need to do a whole lot with it. It goes in last, basically. I'm not sure how much beans I actually got. It looks like I got well over a pound. So I'll wash them and rinse them and get them ready. Depends on how much sauce we have. If we have a whole lot of sauce, then I'll go ahead and use a lot of the veggies. I don't know right now. We'll see how it goes. We got to get these trimmed. We want these beans to be relatively intact. So I'm just going to trim the tips and leave them long. Again, just going on memory here. That's the one thing I don't like about that track is that talking section. It makes me think I'm waiting on Jindal or somebody to say something.
Sorry, I would have said something, but I did say it in chat, but I'm also looking at my taxes, so I'm just focused on that.
I know. You're fine. I'm just glad you're here. That's all. Got a few more beans here. We'll go ahead and get them ready. At the very worst, I can always just add some more paste and add some more sauce. And we just add more beans. got a good bit to spare today. If I use 2 whole jars, I use 2 whole jars. They're not that much. They're about $3 a jar. I prefer this recipe being a little bit more on the vegetarian side anyway. The chicken's good. I don't have to overpower it though. Okay, those look pretty good. Wasn't real pleased with the way all these beans looked when I got them. I went through the bin, couldn't find any really clean ones. They've all got little spots on them. Might be the type of bean there, I don't know. For those of you in chat that are part of the fun team, don't forget, we've got a meetup tomorrow. Add me in VR chat. I'm going to be the anchor this time. You got to add me in VR chat so you can find me. And then you'll have to request off of me to get in because we're going to make it private just for team members this time. It won't be Friends Plus. If you are using a Quest, let us know. We'll make sure that we're in a Quest safe world. I already have one set up for that. But if we don't need the Quest safe world, then I have a much better one that I checked out last night. And if these meetups actually start becoming a little more common and more people come, I'll try to set up more games and things for everybody to play together. All right, carrot. We'll get the carrot in here now. The carrot definitely has to cook longer than the other things do, because they take a while to soften up. About 20 minutes. So once I get the chicken in and I start getting the sauce going, the carrot's going to go in immediately. Where did my peeler go again? Peel that chicken. Peel that stuff right up. Actually, I'm not going to use those tiny little bits. I'll try to keep them a little bit on the thin side. So they'll cook faster. I'm having a tendency here to think that I need one more carrot. We're going to end up making a lot of this, aren't we? I think I will bake one more carrot. I still have a few. Oh! Dang it. Completely forgot. I forgot one of the more important items. Snow peas. Ah. Gotta have the snow peas. Sitting right there in the fridge too, and I forgot. Snow peas. There we go. The chicken's gonna be an afterthought at this rate. That ought to do it. And our cilantro and our Thai basil is for serving. It's not for actual cooking. So, I think we're almost ready. We just need to cut up the chicken. And get our, and oh, ginger. Almost forgot about the ginger. Just a second. I'm skinning it. I wish we had a more efficient way of skinning this stuff. Boy, it smells good though. We're going to want to fry this ginger along with the garlic. Grab a towel here. It's hard to remember how long it's been these last couple of years, especially. It makes me feel like it should be 2020. I will say that I started hanging out with a lot of people around 2019 or so, but I wasn't actively talking very much. I occasionally said something here and there, but I didn't really start interacting until the end of 2019, the beginning of 2020. So you're probably right. We're gonna have to go back in and go after Xenophage. Oh, what happened? What's going on? Hadassel Fricky? Hadassel Fricky? What? Hey, Jendal, you mind? Yeah, thank you. That's the first time I've been attacked in Spanish. Or is that Portuguese? Yeah, whatever.
I don't know. Either way, I just went ahead and banned them. I was like, what's going on?
Yeah.
It's not in English, and I'm not gonna make my time to translate it myself. So, but I understood some of that.
Yeah, I did too.
They're jealous.
Interesting phrasing there. They called me a furry whore, by the way, for anybody that didn't understand it. Like I said, interesting phrasing. Okay, So I think our first round of cooking is going to be with our chicken. We're going to do that, then add our shallots, our garlic, and the ginger comes in with the red curry paste right after that. So we're gonna get our staging ready. Shallots, garlic, ginger comes right after that. So we'll put those here. I don't care what they call me. Soy un americano, pero hablo español, sí. I also speak a few other languages, at least to some extent. Okay, so chicken. Ah. Basically, we want to get our chicken about mostly finished when we put it in this time. And then we're going to sauce it. That's how it's going to go. So let me trim off all the fat here. This one we're going to make it into small pieces, kind of like we did with the other one. We just want bite size in this case. Normally I would just put this in the stainless pot, but I know that it's hard with the sides of it being so tall for you all to see what I'm doing, so I'm going to do this, at least the first part of it, in the black iron today. Try to get as much fat off of this chicken as I can. Even though this is going to be a little bit on the salt, a little bit on the salt side that I shouldn't be eating quite as much of, I am going to be eating it for several days, so it's not like I'm concentrating it. Almost ready to get started. Our tom yum soup is going to be a little bit similar. We're going to have, and this is another one that I'm missing some of the ingredients for, but we're basically going to be making a shrimp soup with it. I'm going to use I've got raw shrimp, frozen raw shrimp. So we'll be using those. There's our chicken. All right. For that. And I believe it is time for us to move over to the stove. Finally. Heat, chicken, shallots, garlic, Shallots and garlic. Grab that. And we're going to do our professional camera swipe and switch. I've got a clear view. I believe you do. We're going to start heating this up on medium here. We want our chicken to not get seared in this case. We want it to just be cooking. It is, isn't it, Lance? And it's also not bad for you for the most part. Trim off enough of the fat. You don't really have a lot of problem. This is going to take a minute or two to heat up, so I'm going to wash my hands and get a couple other things ready. I got a sneaking suspicion that I'm going to end up making a lot more of this than I expected to. Because I really want to use all these veggies. I've still got a couple of cans over here to open too. How much coconut was it? I don't know. Oh, the whole can. Okay, great. Three cups of water. Oh. I'm sorry, everybody. Give me just a second.
Fatty chicken, or also known as dark meat, part of chicken is delicious to cook with.
It is. It has a little bit more fat content, but it's better for savory dishes for sure.
And for deep frying.
That too, yes. That's why I was using wings and drumettes with the our 1 year anniversary stream instead of just making fried chicken. Okay. There's the amount of oil that they wanted me to use. That's not even enough to cover the bottom of that pan. So now we use the amount of oil that we have to use. All right, we're almost ready. Give it another minute or two here. Hey, General. If you're there. If another one pops in like that, let me insult them first before you kick them.
Wait, no one popped in yet.
Okay. If somebody else pops in, let me know. I want to take a good shot at them first.
Okay, I'll keep my mic unmuted so I can chat. So far, owe money to the government.
Oh, I doubt we'll see another one, but I just had this thought that I wanted to do it next time. They think us lazy Americans can't understand them. These are our bamboo shoots here. They're the slice variety, not the spindly ones. I've also got some chicken broth here we can add to it to get a little more sauce in it if we need to. It'll probably be a little longer before I join you doing the taxes. Since I have to pay every year, I tend to do it later. In March, beginning of April.
Well, I blamed ever since I started streaming. That's what's causing me to owe taxes.
Yeah.
And it's not a lot, but it's like, seriously?
In my case, I'm generally having to shovel out about $1,000 every year.
Oh, I'm just paying not too much right now.
Well, I've since corrected some of that. Most of it was due to the fact that I was still had a dependent on my taxes that I didn't have anymore. And I removed that dependent, I think it was August. So it'll come down some. Here we go. Now the race begins. As much as I like my old black iron, it's not quite big enough when I'm doing dishes like this. Oh, we need to add our fragrance stuff. Garlic going in, and our onions, our shallots. And maybe deep enough to do most of it. Our primary liquid for this one is going to be the coconut milk. Yeah, they do use orange meat. A lot of the fried stuff, a lot of the fried dishes that they use in Chinese food is generally dark meat, yes. There's a little hibachi place near my work, and they're really good. The menu's got some quirky things on it, though. It doesn't say General Tso's chicken; it just says General Chicken. I wanted to ask her if she has a specific chicken.
Okay, I think I got my taxes done. I owe $65.
How much? Say what?
Taxes are done, and based on the calculations, I owe $65.
Yeah, that's not bad. You got it. That's a proper balance right there. That's almost perfect. You want to owe just a little bit every time
Well,
because if
well,
you owe,
usually I get money back all the time, but because of earning income through Twitch, it's why it's not being reported because there's no taxes taken out of Twitch earnings. So I reported that.
yeah, but you actually do want it to be a little bit negative if you're doing it right, because basically what you're saying is that you're giving another entity a free loan the whole year, and they get to use your money any way they want to, and then you get it back eventually when they feel like it. Better to owe
Right,
them
you don't want to
more
give them free
and
money.
save it during the year yourself.
Yep, I think I put my deductions and stuff correctly. Plus, I think the previous year when I filed for taxes, I was also unemployed, so I was earning unemployment income, but that wasn't taxes weren't taken out, so I actually owed a lot more money the previous year. Hey, Senor Crouch, how you doing?
Hey Stan, welcome in. I've got your second favorite thing in the pan right now. We just got started on the cooking part. This is the Thai red curry that we're working on. Oh, Stubby's here? Hey, Stubby. Beginning, weren't you?
Yeah, I think Stubby was here at the beginning. Or, I mean, someone claimed first. I don't know who did.
I think it's Stubby, yeah. Yeah, I think we had the right amount of shallots for this. Because I used those big fat ones and I used an extra piece of garlic too, I think we've got it right. This chicken is about 3/4 finished now. Because of the amount of vegetables I'm going to be adding to this, I am going to switch it over to the big pot here in just a second.
Okay, Sam wants to know how are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely fine, thank you very much. And Canis, thank you for that sub. Welcome in. 8 months, wow.
Almost time for a baby. 1 more month.
Gonna have to think of a name for that one. Okay, so we're at the point where our onions are starting to caramelize a little bit. That's where we want them to be. But we aren't going to be able to cook the whole thing in here. We're going to have to use this pot over here. So I'm going to go ahead and switch this over. Because of how big and heavy this pot is, I kind of have to shovel it. This is a very heavy pot. It weighs a good 4 or 5 pounds. Pan, sorry. I hope everybody that's shown up recently has been having a good weekend. We're just having kind of a chill cook day today. I got a little overstressed yesterday and discovered which of the new drinks that I've tried recently causes me to be upset. It's a little hot. Didn't think it was quite hot enough for that. So today we're just kind of chilling and recovering a little bit. Alright, there we go. Now we're back to the pot. So what we're going to do is we're going to get this just hot enough for it to start sizzling again. I'm going to add just a little bit of oil to it. I don't really need it, but I'm going to add a little bit. I found out today that the bottle that I bought today is the only bottle I have, so I'm going to have to go get a spare. I don't like not having spares of certain things. Olive oil is one of them. So I add just about a teaspoon or so. Get the pan nice and wet. Don't want anything sticking. Alright, so we've got our fragrant stuff in there. We're about to put in our fresh ginger and our Thai curry paste. And then our coconut milk as soon as that starts cooking a little. And then our carrots. Carrots will take about 20 minutes to cook. The rest of the vegetables only take about 3 or 4. So we're gonna put them in a little bit differently in stages. Oh, I'm doing okay, Sin. I think we're doing pretty good tonight, actually. We've got a marinade for chicken skewers, which is called satay. It'll be served with peanut sauce. That one is in the refrigerator right now. We made the marinade first because it takes about 2 to 3 hours for it to soak. Okay, so we're up to heat now. Our stainless pan heats up very quickly. We're going to drop in our ginger. And we're going to get a spoon here. We want to fry our curry paste here. That is 3 tablespoons of Thai red curry paste. It's not the spiciest stuff in the world. Ooh, I can smell that ginger cooking. Not the spiciest stuff in the world. This dish is supposed to be savory as well as a little bit spicy. It's not supposed to be tremendously spicy. We're going to get this all covered and let it cook for a minute or two. Then we're going to turn it into sauce with our coconut milk. I'm using light coconut milk today, so it'll be a little bit more liquid, a little less creamy. I'm adding a lot of veggies to this. So when they say it's cook it until it's fragrant, I'm starting to smell the chili. I'm starting to smell the chili a little bit. Speaking of which, here's our little bonus. Those are our Thai chilies, which I'm adding. Off recipe. We're going to fry those in a little bit. There's going to add some heat to this. This will be a little too spicy for you, Sam. I think you like the satay. The satay won't be bad. It's got a little of the chili in it, but not much. It's only got like 1. Okay, it's starting to really fry now. So I'm going to go ahead and start mixing in our coconut milk. We're using the whole can. And as you can see, it doesn't have cream in it because it is light. It doesn't have all the fat. Now that I think about it, I'm going to use light from now on for our sauces because it's a lot easier. There we go. Mix that in there. Now we're going to add our carrots. We're going to bring this up to a boil, so I'm going to bring it up to about 7 here on the stove, which is about medium high. And we'll let that sit for a couple minutes. Now I can talk. We're also going to add, for the new people coming in, we've got snow peas, we've got green beans, and we've got broccoli as well. I've also got a little baby corn, a little bit of water chestnut, and some bamboo shoots, as well as some green onion and lemon juice. And here in a couple of minutes, after this has been simmering for a little while, I'll be putting in, starting our rice. Oh, that's hot. That's still hot. Wow. Our last dish for the day will be our tom yum soup. As I said, I'm going to have to do some substituting for this one. be using cilantro, and I do know for a fact that the lady at the restaurant used cilantro. She did not use the lime leaves because the lime leaves are just not available. Jindal, however, said he's threatening to plant a whole tree, so he might become our source.
Well, I mean, technically, my mom keeps asking me for kaffir lime leaves, and I've been getting them from my friend who has a tree that he's been growing, but he doesn't harvest them as much. And I'm like, I'm kind of tired going there and asking for it. It's like, we asked you like a couple of years ago if she wants to buy a tree for her, and she's like, no, no. I'm like, well, if you keep asking for those leaves, we might as well buy our own and just pluck them there.
That's a good idea.
I know, and they're not that expensive. I mean, it's good temperature here, except this past unusual cold weather that we're having. A lot of my plants died outside. I have my pepper plant that's inside, and it's alive because I've been spraying water at it from a water bottle that I used to spray cats.
Why would you spray cats?
Tell them to get the hell away from my backyard and stop humping my backyard. I don't want mating season in my backyard and more babies happening or random toms.
Okay then. I'm going to call that a valid reason. At the very least, you don't want them having a mating season in the backyard that you're not getting to have any fun with, right? Okay, we've got a boil going here. I'm definitely smelling that coconut milk. I'm smelling that. Now that the boil is going, I'm going to bring the temperature down just a little bit. And we're going to let that sit for about 15, 20 minutes here. And honestly, it looks to me like I need to add a little bit more paste to it because we're going to be adding a lot of other stuff to it here in a few minutes. So I'm going to add a little more paste to it already. As soon as I find a jar. I'm basically just going to add one more teaspoon to the 3 tablespoons that are already in there.
Okay, so I used a secondary tax service to do my taxes, and I got the same amount that I owed the same amount. And I'm like, why would I want to use their service when I can pay cheaper to file it through this other service?
Sounds about right.
Yep. Well, thankfully that's what my Twitch fund is, since I have to do taxes and I'm having to end up paying extra because of that. I'll just use that Twitch funds for paying my taxes.
Got some food, pizza and wings, huh? Okay, you bought pizza and wings, but have you, did you make pizza and wings, or did you buy them?
See, I want some wings.
I'm perfectly fine to eat this. This is tasty.
I think I may defrost some frozen wings and put them in the air fry tomorrow.
Mind you, I would actually like to have some too, but...
Hey, when you get here, you can have some wings.
The diet says no.
But this is not deep fried. At least they'll be healthy. They're just frozen. They're not going to be in anything, soaked in sodium or anything. Just a standard brine bath.
You just said brine. Brine is sodium.
Well, water and a little bit of something else. Maybe I'll just put pepper bath.
You can do a little bit. It's always okay to put a little bit in there. You always need to do a little bit. It's just the amount that's the problem most of the time that people use. Like the quote unquote fish sauce, which is kind of fish sauce, but it isn't really. that fish sauce that I use for the brine.
It's all sodium.
It is like 1,100 milligrams of sodium per teaspoon.
I mean, that's like eating a whole ramen packet with
it is.
all that sodium content.
It totally is. And I put 2 teaspoons in there instead of 3, which means it's got 2,000 milligrams of sodium in it. So that brine is not going to be going back on it when I put it in the oven to bake. Because if we're going to have to bake them, I can't grill them. One thing I need is a black iron griddle that fits across the stove. I opened one of those Bachmann dips. This is what they look like. All that is royal capsaicin. Oh my god, they hurt. Oh, I love them. Woo, those sting. You ever need a wake-up call? That's a good one. I'm trying to heat down just a little bit and stir it again. Now, at this point, knowing what I know about how vegetables cook, we probably need to go ahead and start looking at putting our green beans in. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Green beans do take a little while.
And this software I'm using, I found a promo code, so I'm saving 35% from the paying for them to do my taxes. Still cheaper than going through HR Block or TurboTax.
How much?
I saved 35%.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, okay, so I probably shouldn't be talking about this on stream. But I mean, HR Block was going to charge me $50.
Oh.
I'm using TaxSlayer and they're charging me $20, and I have a 35% off coupon that I found online. So that brought it down to $13.
Oh, what am I
Not
saying?
including how much I owe for taxes.
What am I saying? TurboTax charges you $40 to $50 for the software.
Yeah, well, this is all online, but still, yeah, you don't really need to do it unless your taxes are complicated. But it could also be because I don't have to file state taxes. That saves money too.
Okay. Smoked wings.
Yeah.
And pizza was made, but you didn't make it. It was bought. Okay. One of these days, I'm going to break down and I'm going to make a tie-dye pizza. I know the recipe for it. It's a specialty from a place called Mellow Mushroom. I believe it is actually a southern chain, to believe it or not. It may be in California, I'm not sure. But it's basically a sweet and sour curry chicken, a Thai curry. And it's not really spicy at all unless you add the red pepper to it. It's really, really nice. Oh, and I've eaten 3 of those sheets now. Wow. Woo. I'm gonna roll everything over. Obviously, I'm gonna have to add a little bit to this. I'm gonna add a little bit of chicken broth to it. It shouldn't contaminate the flavor any. I had a feeling I was going to need to. We're just replacing what's boiling from the steam. Our beans are about half done. We've got about 12 minutes left, and then I'll start adding the other stuff. Ooh, nice and stingy. 0 chance these wings don't have liquid smoke on them. They taste too smoky. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm gonna go ahead and start getting the rice ready too. We need 1.5 cups of basmati rice, and we need 3 cups of water. Let's see if I can get them correctly today. I just poured it into the pot. And it is 2 cups. Well, a little off. This is a store brand basmati rice. It's nothing fancy. I did have to use this one because the better stuff was $9 a pound this week. Thank you, grocery store executive. It needs a bonus. We're going to put that on the back so you can still see it. You can start seeing that color coming out too. We're okay to start adding some of our other more rigid vegetables here. We're going to add our snow peas. Boy, isn't that looking good already. I'm also going to add about half of our baby corn here. And some of our water chestnuts. And some of our bamboo shoots. Our lime juice and our green pepper, our green peppers here, and our cilantro, and I'm going to put a little Thai basil on it, are for the, don't go in until the very end. So we'll wait for those for a few more minutes. We got about 10 minutes or so left, not that long. I need to make sure that we cook this down a little bit.
And woohoo, taxes are done.
There we go. Good job. I'm going to let those steam a little bit like this because the sauce is going to reduce. And we want to make sure our veggies are done. Broccoli is not to be added until the last 3 minutes or so. We're down to 8. And then we'll set up for our soup. Which reminds me, I should probably pull out the shrimp, huh? How much do we need? How are we going to do it today?
And one less thing to deal with. Done. This.
We have cherry tomatoes, we have zucchini, we have shiitake mushrooms. In this case, I'm going to use crimini and oyster mushrooms. We're going to use soy sauce, fish sauce. We don't have the makrut lime leaves, but we are going to use bay leaves. We don't have galangal, so we'll have to use ginger. We're going to use 3 tablespoons of minced onion, but I'm going to mix in some of the shallot. We've got another carrot. We've got another stalk of lemongrass. And we've got chicken stock and about 12 to 14 medium raw shrimp. I'm going to use a little bit more than that. And then we got about a cup of cherry tomatoes, which I'm going to use. Oh, this also calls for a can of coconut milk. Uh-oh, I only got 1. I hope I got 2.
Time to improvise.
No. While that's still simmering, I will go check real quick. Nope, no need to improvise. I still have 1 more can. I always have reserves of some of these things. I always have like 6 boxes of chicken broth, and I've got at least 1 can of coconut milk. Does mean I need to buy another one though.
Okay, now I need to figure out what I want to do for dinner since you're cooking. And I have leftovers. I can heat up udon.
Alright, good steam going. Alright, so I'm going to take the lid off and let it steam. Let it start boiling down. This is deceptively liquidy right now. Don't believe it, because it's going to turn into, it is definitely going to turn into a thicker sauce. Everybody doing okay out there? Ooh. I got some really nice cherry tomatoes for this next one. I've not made Tom Yum with cherry tomatoes. The version that I got from the restaurant was basically just fish stock, I believe, and a little bit of spices. But she always had perfectly cooked shrimp and perfectly cooked fish. I don't know what kind of fish it was, but I would say it was probably cod. Because of all the shortages we've been having, my freezer is actually stuffed. I've got shrimp, I've got fish, I've got all sorts of stuff. This is the first time I've used raw shrimp in a while. Usually I use cooked shrimp and just put them in at the last minute. In this case, that's good because they were on sale and I managed to get it for less than $10. And it's like 5 pounds. Good, there's no sticking going on, and it definitely has that red curry smell to it. I love it. Alright, we're getting down towards the end, so we're going to add in our broccoli. Some of our green onion. The only truly disappointing thing I'm dealing with on this is the fact that I can't get the Thai red curry chilies. I really want to have some of those. I want to have a nice jar of them all minced up and half sauced so that I can use them for toppings. Doesn't that look good? It certainly smells good. It's taking forever for our water to boil back here for the rice. All right, there's my alarm. But we just had the broccoli, so we're gonna give it another minute, another minute or two. Blah blah blah. These cherry tomatoes are so bright red. I mean, they're well, dark red. They're dark red. All right. I'm getting our stuff ready for our soup. Now, I don't have the right type of mushrooms for this. You're actually supposed to have those little, not button mushrooms, but those little mushrooms that have the, like the parasol head on them. They're called straw mushrooms. But I couldn't find those, so. Looks like our stuff is boiling now, so we'll drop that in there. Open it up inside. We're all right over here. sure we stir it very, very quickly here. It'll stick to the pot very, very quickly. Alright, I'm going to cover this. Try to keep as much heat in as I can while I'm getting our other things ready. One more cloves of garlic. We're going to use about half this jar today. All right. 6 cups of chicken stock, our other lemongrass stick from earlier, wherever it's disappeared to. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Okay. Lemongrass. Raw shrimp. Bay leaves and lemon or lime juice. 2 tablespoons of ginger. 3 tablespoons of onion, which we will use. Our last 2 little shallots. Some zucchini. Again with the Thai curry paste, because it needs about a tablespoon in the soup. More of our actually decent looking basil. Check on the rice here. That's also starting to be quite fragrant. All right, we need fish sauce for this one as well. We're getting down to the home stretch tonight, everybody. Once we get this next one going. I'm just looking for the little cups right now because I've used up all of them. Or fish sauce. As you can see, the rice is starting to cook down. We're going to let it steam. start to boil up.
Is that rice you're making or what?
It's basmati, yes.
Okay. So how different is it to cook basmati rice versus jasmine rice?
It's not really
Same
that
process?
different. You just don't
Okay.
want to. You don't want to. Last I checked, you don't really want to soak the fragrant rices that much.
I don't even soak my rice.
Well, when you're doing it for a lot of things, you want to soak it, wash it real good first, so that you don't have to do it later. You rinse it off after it's cooked, and it loses some of its treatment.
Mm-hmm.
But you soak it first while it's still hard. It's a little easier. All right, we need lime juice for this one as well. I'm just getting our ingredients ready for the next one, so we can get it started while everything's steaming. Again, we're going to use bay leaves for this one. I think I've got some small ones left. All right, you can see that almost all the water is cooked out, so greens are starting to stand pretty rapidly. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave it like that and let it steam for a few minutes while we're getting our other stuff ready. We want it to steam for a while so that it puffs up. This is the last of my little bay leaves. I don't have any more of these little bay leaves. All I have are the big ones. Which is fine, I prefer those.
Well, time to buy more bay leaf in the future.
Oh, I've got like a pound of the big ones. It's like $3 or $4 to buy those from the Indian store. Actually, it's a Nepali store. I keep saying that, but it's actually Nepali. 6 cups of broth. We're going to make the soup in our black iron. We need a tablespoon of soy sauce, zucchini, shrimp, cherry tomatoes, coconut milk, chili oil. We're going to use chili oil for this one. Love chili oil.
Yep, chili oil is good.
Stuff I've got is sriracha oil, spicy sriracha oil. This brand here. It's weird where the focus of the camera is. It's like off to the right. Misaligned or something. We also need red wine vinegar for this one. I know we do because I remember reading it. Before anybody wonders anything, no, it's not alcoholic.
Why not?
I mean, I can put regular vinegar in there and add some red wine, but, you know, it's not quite the same. I believe believe that's a proper substitute. Wait a minute. This one doesn't use red wine vinegar. Which one does? One of them did. Oopsie. Oh well, I got an extra bottle. We've got that, we've got that, we've got that, we've got that. We've got that. Oh, the soy sauce. I am using low sodium soy sauce. It's not name brand or anything. It's the store brand. See how much different it looks now that it's steaming? Some of it is sticking, but I generally expect it to when I do it this way. Let that sit for a minute with a towel over it. We'll do our next. The camera's white. One of these days, I promise, if I keep doing this, I will get another camera and we'll be able to do switches. Here's this one. We're getting this one set up. I'm almost ready. Chili oil, brown sugar to taste. I'm not going to add any chili pepper flakes, which I will be adding. I think that's it. Oh, and more cilantro. I bought plenty of it this time. It also seems I bought a bunch of jalapenos for no reason because I forgot. Oops. How does that look, everybody? This looks good by itself. And like everything else, a lot of these soups contain our green onion friends. This one actually doesn't call for it, but I know that it was in it when I ordered it, so I'm going to add it. All right. There we go. All right, so all that other stuff is finishing. We have cherry tomatoes, which you can see are quite pretty. These are very nice. A lot of color. We've got our cilantro. We've got Thai basil this time, which we're going to use with lime juice as a substitute for our lime leaves. I've got oyster mushrooms for this. We've got our curry. We've got our coconut milk. Barely. We have chili oil. We have ginger. We have a zucchini and a carrot. We have shallots, which I'm going to use instead of the yellow onions for this one. We've got our green onions. We've got about 10, 12, 14 frozen raw shrimp. These are not cooked. Our green onions. We've got chicken broth for this one. Fish sauce. Soy sauce. And I believe that's it. So we're going to get our picture of this one. I got to really back up for this one. Looks like a lot, but it really isn't that much. Okay, well, let me get our stove ready here. You guys seem a little quiet tonight. Hope everybody's okay. All right. So how are we going to do this one? This one is going to be done a little bit differently. This is technically our second recipe tonight. The third one is going to be done after this, which was technically our first one. Be confused. Basically, we're going to add the stock into our pot. We're going to add lemongrass that's been crushed. We're going to boil it for a little while so that it softens up. Then we're going to add our carrots, our garlic, our onions, our ginger, and lime leaves, which we don't have, in this case bay leaf. Then we're going to add our fish sauce, lime juice, and other things. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and get that ready and get some of these things prepared. Our fish sauce and our soy sauce go together, so I'm just going to mix these two. Our shrimp are just going to go in the way that they are. I'm also going to add, I almost did it. I almost did it because I almost forgot. There's one more item. I'm going to add clam juice. This is a seafood soup. It should be done with seafood stock, but I only have chicken stock because there is no seafood stock here. So what you do is you modify it a little bit to put in the chicken broth, and then you add clam juice to it. And it's more like a seafood sauce at that point. So we'll be adding that to it. So I gotta retake our picture here. All right, so let's get started on this one. Our first stage is the chicken stock and the lemongrass. So we're going to mince up some of this stuff and get it ready. Our chicken stock and lemongrass. So I'm going to move our prepared liquids and our ginger over to the stove area. Ginger tends to need to be cooked a little bit so that it's not quite as raw. So our next stage is this lemongrass. Move these. Move our mushrooms. I know a lot of people are going like, what, clam juice? Where'd you find that? Actually, you'll find it at your store. It's pretty common. Clam juice is used a lot for substitute for fish stock. It's actually used pretty frequently. So we're going to start with our lemongrass now. Just like before, I'm going to have to take off the ends a little bit and this outer skin because this stuff is very, very, very hard. It will splinter and you'll never be able to eat it. It won't cook down, it won't soften. And in this case, we're not going to chop up all of it. We're just going to cut up most of it. Wow, that thing's rough. I should be able to peel it. There it is. There's a little edge that you can grab, peel off this outer layer. There's our prepared stuff. I'm going to do like before with our heavy knife. I'm going to rinse this off. So we're about halfway through tonight. I know it's a little slower. I'm trying to be a little more chill about it, as I mentioned. We're going to cut up about 2/3 of this. About like that, a little bit more. And then we're going to chop this up. We want this finely minced. There's our lemongrass. I'm going to go ahead and get a little bit of the stuff ready for the stove. I've got our black iron pot. We're going to use our big Dutch oven for this. And I'm going to start pouring in some of our chicken broth and get it warmed up while we're chopping up everything else. How's chat doing? Wasn't paying attention for a minute. I thought you had a bowl of Howard donuts. No, that would be shrimp. That's an interesting mistake. I am using unsalted chicken broth with this. There's a very good reason for that, obviously. If we're using fish sauce and soy sauce, that's going to add a tremendous amount of salt to it. One thing I do need to do is put first to bed, so hold on just a second.
Well, try putting powdered sugar on shrimp and then pretend it's powdered donuts. So I don't recommend anyone do that, especially if it's raw.
Okay, Bruce has been put on the couch so she can sleep. Okay, next stage is going to be our onions. We need about, I think it said about a half a cup. If that's not enough, we'll, I'll grab some yellow onion. We've got plenty. I'm just checking real quick. 3 tablespoons of minced onion. I'm pretty sure that that's going to be 3 tablespoons right there. Did my knife go? Ah.
Which knife? You got a cleaver right there.
I was looking for that that stainless paring knife I was using. It seems to have walked away somewhere. Ah.
It grew legs and walked away. Gotcha.
All right. Well, I've got another one.
It's probably in the sink.
This is a really old one that I used to use all the time. Nothing wrong with it. Except that it's not very sharp. I'm going to take the outer layer off of this one because it's not in real great shape. It's getting hard to find good stuff around here.
Trying to move. No, just kidding.
I'm still thinking about that. With all these migraines and the weather going crazy up here, it's a definite thought. I definitely don't want to move north. All right, there we go. Yeah, it's definitely about 3 tablespoons. There we go. Chop up our garlic. Garlic is very sticky. Gotta watch fingers. Everybody, please watch your fingers. Got our chopped garlic. Okay. We need 2 tablespoons of ginger, which we've already got. We've got our bay leaves over there. We got our fish sauce over there and our soy sauce. We need a teaspoon of lime juice, which we already have. We have about 2 cups of shiitake mushrooms. Now, I don't have the shiitake, but I do have oysters. These shall do. And they shall do quite nicely, actually. I think they'll taste better. These are a different kind of mushroom. I did find these at a specialty grocery store. Are these supposed to be chopped? They're not supposed to be chopped. No. Okay. They're not supposed to be chopped. So what we're going to do is we're going to just stem them. Take that big chunk of stem off of there. And we'll cut them up just a little bit. We're not going to cut them up a whole lot. But we are going to get rid of all the stems. Basically, just going to cut them in half. A lot of people say they don't like mushrooms, but what they don't like are the button mushrooms. These have a much better flavor to them. These are also really good for stir fry, last I checked. There we go. So there's about a little over a cup. We're going to use both of these. These are very soft. I'm barely touching them. And there we go. That's about 2 cups. If it's not, I still have another box of them. Let me check actually, because I don't want to mess that up. There's about 1 cup. Yeah, that's about 2 cups. We're good. So 2 cups of oyster mushrooms. Now we've got tomatoes to do. And a zucchini. And a cup of cherry tomatoes. Okay. So I'll move our cilantro here. Get us about a cup of cherry tomatoes. I don't remember the soup having cherry tomatoes in it, but if it does, it does. We're trying a new recipe today. That's how things go. I also think I got way too many of these cherry tomatoes. That means we're going to make salad out of them. Oh. Hey, Alex, welcome in. And Saber, hello. 10 out of 10 idea, use powdered shrimp. Actually, you're not too far off. There is something called shrimp paste, but it's very salty. It is used for a few things, similar to the I'm working and trying to think at the same time. It's not so easy. It's the same as the it's used like a paste. It's used like a paste. Yeah, it's used like a paste. All right. Well, let me check what our stages are on that cooking, because if we're adding all that vegetables at the same time, we can put them in one container. For the most part, they are. Okay. So we will be going ahead and making a bowl full of veggies. I hope our newcomers have been having a good night tonight. We're just kind of chilling tonight. I'm trying to work off some stress. We've got a couple of things going on here. So we need these to be cut in half. So I'm going to do that. Not with a bread knife, however. Take our time and be careful with this, because fingers. Almost all of our recipes are just prep time. I don't care what the recipe says, it's a lie. 10 minutes prep time. No, not 10 minutes prep time. Half the time it's almost an hour. I don't know what people are doing. I think they think that they can just throw stuff in a Ninja blender and call it good.
Yeah. It depends on what, but yeah, not always the case.
We can just throw these cherry tomatoes in that Ninja blender, right? It'll just pop them right out, all half cut, perfectly down the middle.
Nope.
Because that's what they expect. If you're doing it in 10 minutes, that's what you're going to get, right? These tomatoes are very, very red. I hope they taste okay. I'm going to test one of them here in just a second. I really hate it when you get those, when you buy a new box of them, they look good, and then you open it up and taste them and they're all sour. And taste old. Oh, no, these are gorgeous. They taste very, very good. Excellent. Alright, I don't remember zucchini being in this, but we're doing it with zucchini. So I'm going to peel this and cut them into half moons. We're not going to peel it completely. We're going to leave little stripes. Like this. How you doing, Saber? I didn't forget. I saw you. So what we're going to do is we're going to just cut it down the middle like this. So that it's in two pieces. And then we're just going to trim it like this into little half moon pieces, which is what the recipe called for. I'm just doing this with the general purpose knife right now. Alright, so we've got our tomatoes, we've got our zucchini. Pretty quick. Next we need a carrot, and this is supposed to be cut into thick chunks according to the instructions. So we're going to cook it in thick chunks. I did find out that other Indian recipe that we did, where it called for 1 carrot that was 2 pounds, they really meant that. Apparently in India, a lot of the carrots, when they come in, they're the size of your forearm.
Okay.
I did not know that. Apparently they grow absolutely huge over there. I'm going to say ½ inch is considered to be a thick chunk. I'm also going to cut these last couple of them in half, because they're going to take longer to cook. Yep. So now we've got carrots, zucchini, and tomatoes on the bottom, which I probably shouldn't have done that. We've got our shrimp, we've got our coconut milk. I need to open the coconut milk. I don't have anything fancy, I just use the good old hand cutters, because they last a million years. Alright, this is not the light. It looks like it does have some cream on it. That's fine. We're just going to mix it in this time. This is unsweetened coconut, so since I'm leaving the cream in it, I'm not going to add the sugar. This recipe did call for some coconut sugar. I'm not going to use it. So there's our coconut. Got our veggies. Now we need our... Oh yeah, I already poured in our good stuff, so I'm going to put in clam juice. I think it's 1 bottle of clam juice per 2 boxes of the chicken stock that I've been using. You'd never know that there was clam juice in there. It just becomes a fish stock. It's been warming up a little bit. I'm going to move you all over to the stove here in just a second. I'm going to make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. Well, let's move on over. There's our chicken stock and our fish stock. And we're just starting to heat it up. I'm going to get it up to where it's simmering a little bit and then put in our lemongrass. Making honey garlic chicken. I've already finished our first one. We've got Thai red curry already done. We've got the basmati rice ready. I'll be making the plate for that here in just a little bit. I'm trying to keep it warm right now. I've got our satay in marinating. We're going to put that on the skewers and put it in the oven here as soon as we're getting close to the finish on this soup. Thank you, Saber. The setup is not that great, but I do appreciate it. If it didn't freeze, I think carrots would just keep growing from what you've seen. Yeah, that's probably true. Oh, Alex, if you're still here, I'm sure you are. If you're still here, I wanted to tell you something. We had a little incident a little while ago. We had our first furry hate troll from Portugal show up and start cussing us out in Portuguese. Started calling me a furry whore or something like that. I don't remember what it was, but it was hilarious. It's like, dude, what are you doing? All right, that is heating up. It's not very warm yet. I'm going to bring the temperature up a little bit higher than before. I'm going to get us a couple more green onions ready too. Where's our bowls? Oh no. Oh, there it is. Okay. I wasn't feeling too good today when it started, but now that I'm over here doing something and doing something constructive, I feel a little better about it. I always enjoy streaming for you guys. 1 or 100 doesn't make any difference to me. I just enjoy doing it. Of course, it may have also something to do with the fact that I drank half of a bottle of caffeine already. And by half of a bottle, I mean a 2 liter. That might have something to do with it. Plus that burger I had earlier. Unfortunately, I found out today that I went to the little shop that I've mentioned before here on stream, down the street from me. It's a little local place, and they have always had really good food. And it's just like a little quick burger kind of place with some chicken sandwiches and stuff. And I found out that my friend there, who I compare notes with a lot, I usually see him about, I don't go over there much because I can't eat it, but I usually see him about once or twice a month. I found out that last week he had a heart attack and died. It was unfortunate. The food didn't taste right either. It tasted a little off. It wasn't his anymore. It was the owner cooking again, and she does very well, and it wasn't bad, it's just it wasn't the same. But it happens. He was about 70, I think. 65 anyway. Not the oldest in the world, but definitely not the youngest. fancy plates everybody wanted me to get. Oh, these things are heavy. And we'll set us up our first plate here tonight. Yay, the rice didn't get all sticky. It's a little clumpy, but it's not bad. Steaming helps. It's okay.
Sorry, it was AFK.
Give you cherry liqueur that gets you going because it's so good, dangerously good. Yeah.
Cherry liqueur mixed with cherry Pepsi.
That sounds very cherry. Xavier got the sweet tooth, I know that. Yeah, our bamboo skewers have been soaking now for like an hour and a half, so they should be good to go. Why is this not boiling yet? I realize it's an iron pot, but still. Oh, the carrots are done just right. They're nice and soft. Not quite as thick saucy as I'd like it to be, but it's close. I was thinking I should add a little bit more to it, a little bit more paste to it, and let it cook a little longer. I think next time I will. That'll be what I add in my notes. Before you pour a glass. Our first plate is almost ready. Our first part of the plate. I'm going to try to do it a little less voluminous this time. Just do one plate because the pictures are not working for me that way. They're too big. Well, since this is all ready, we're waiting for this to heat up. It looks like it's starting to get close. I'm going to go ahead and get our chicken skewers ready too. We already saw how I prepared those, so there's nothing for me to do as far as showing you all except for putting it on the skewers. So I can go ahead and do that, I think, while we're waiting. We're going to put that in the oven for like 350, and then I'm going to put it on broil at the last couple of minutes so that we can get a little bit of a crust on them. I don't know if you want to call it a crust, but we want them to have a little bit of a char, like they were grilled. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Y'all are getting the ASMR boil sound. Plate over here. The problem is you like it straight. Don't pull my trick. That was not a good trick. Alright, it's starting to steep a little bit. I think it's going to be simmering soon, so I'm going to go ahead and add our lemongrass. This stuff needs to soak for a while. It needs to boil because this stuff is very, very hard and very, very dry. So we've got one stalk in there. Of course, that is not an edible stalk. You do not eat it. Once that gets up to a boil, we'll be moving with it. Our shrimp is about half thawed out, so that's pretty good. When you're cooking shrimp and you're using raw shrimp, you want to cook them until they turn pink. That pink color you see on the finished shrimp in the freezer is cooked. All right. I'm starting to feel it. I'm feeling it. We're getting close. I also love the fact that these little jars are so little because I can use these for other spices. I've got so many seeds that I can't fit in the jars because the jars are too small. And these are actually bigger jars than the little ones. They're only mouth larger, but they're short. These little short jars. Alright, so we're going to let that heat up and we're going to let it start steaming and boiling. When it does, we're going to add our carrots, our garlic, our onion. Alright, let me see here. Garlic, onion, bay leaves. The carrots I've got here in our bowl. Our fish sauce and soy sauce, right there. Then we add our mushrooms and our zucchini. I'm also going to add we're going to add about a teaspoon, maybe a little bit more than a teaspoon, of our red curry from earlier. We're going to let that cook a little bit. I'm going to have such a mess to clean up tonight. Oof. There we go. Now we get the color. That's the color I was looking for. It's almost there. Oh my goodness, that smell. Oh, it's so good. Pre-cooked shrimp is always kind of ick. Yeah, you're right. I tend to use it a little more than I should. I've stopped using it for the most part, but I do keep it for making things like sushi and all. I think I'll be using this raw shrimp a little bit more often because it's less expensive too. Let's see what I can put back in the fridge now. And start digging our chicken out. This is our marinated chicken. It's been sitting for a couple of hours now. It'll be served with peanut sauce once it's been cooked.
Yummy peanut sauce.
Yes, peanut sauce. I can hear it right on the edge of boiling. It's doing that little simmer thing that it does right at the bottom where you see the little bubbles. I really don't want to I don't want to get my hands into the chicken just yet though, because I need to mix this while it's cooking. That smell of lemon and chili is just so good. I love it. Lemon and chili. Mmm. Hey, Stoney. Yeah, we got our first one done. We're getting ready to get our second one here. Right now, what we have in here is we have lemongrass, we have a stalk in there, we have ground lemongrass, which you can see is about half dissolved into it at this point. We've got like 6-8 cups of chicken stock in there, and I added some clam juice to change it to fish stock because we're gonna make this for shrimp. Spicy lemon makes everything so much better. Also true. Oh, here we go with the feed again. Gonna get your headset real quick. Glue your headset. The face hugging part is slipping off. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wait, what?
The covers on his headset are coming off.
Ow.
Stoney got that thing for my feet. Look. My feet aren't even that nice looking. Matter of fact, it was downright not good looking. Remaining little chilies here and put them up. I've got a lot of chilies in my fridge. I'm gonna have to make something with them this week.
Spicy salsa or marinade.
These are the Indian green chilies. I've still got like 4 of them. I've got a whole box, basically 5 or 6 big fat jalapenos. I've got about a half a dozen Thai chilies. I mean, probably might be able to make a marinade or something with them. Plus, I've already got 2 boxes of mushrooms in here because I misread it. And now I have a half a can of bamboo shoots too. I'm going to have to go out to one of those websites like My Fridge Food, where you tell it what you have and it figures out a recipe that has most of that stuff in it. All I'm doing is just putting stuff in the fridge, everybody. Putting them in little bowls and stuff. I might have to make a stir fry with all of this. That might be a good idea. I got mushrooms, I got all that stuff. Yeah, that might work. Stir fry might work. There we go, most of it's cleaned up. Alright, we've got a little simmer going now. We'll stir it up a little bit and we will add our first couple of items. Carrot, garlic, onion, and ginger. So we're going to add our carrots. Alright, there's our carrots. There's our chopped garlic. This is why I didn't grab the chicken just yet, because I know I was going to need my fingers. Our bay leaf. Alright. Today we're using shallots. So it'll be a little bit more mild. And our ground ginger. It did say ginger, right? Yeah. What we don't have is the lime leaves, unfortunately. We need our, okay, we also need our juices. So here's our lime juice, our soy sauce and fish sauce. And we're going to let that simmer for about 5 minutes. So we need to let it get back up to temperature here because I just added enough stuff to it to cool it down. We'll mix it in really well. This is not meant to be a high density kind of soup, it's mostly supposed to be broth. We've already got bathtub bringing there. Alright, we'll let that warm up. It's starting to boil, so we'll let that go for about 5 minutes. There's your ASMR dishwashing going on. I don't think I need to get one of those little weird ear things that I've seen people doing.
The weird ear thing?
Yeah, there's some streamer out there. I don't know who it is, but it's a lady. I don't know her name or anything. She bought this rig that is like a stereoscopic microphone kind of thing, and it's got ears on both sides, and she just sits and licks them.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. Don't know what the attraction is to that one, but yeah, no. I'm sure some people like it.
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
There's that background guy talking again. Hear the sounds of dishes being done. Yeah, we got a good boil going. That's good. So to pair off with dinner, and because a lot of people do, I I've tried out making a few drink recipes as well. Yesterday I learned how to make Bloody Marys. I had to do a little substitution here and there. I don't like the salt in them, it tastes a little weird.
Welcome in Fluke Kitchen.
I had to use tomato juice. I couldn't use V8 because I didn't have any. And I didn't have Worcestershire sauce, so I had to use a little bit of soy sauce as a substitute. Not quite the same, but close. End result was that I couldn't really taste it, which is a problem, because then I just drink it without thinking. So don't do that, kiddies. Fire Dad learned his limit on those. And that limit would be 3. We do not have more than 3 of them. More than 3 chaos ensues. And I make really bad jokes. Not my usual good ones, but bad ones. Dishes wise, tonight we didn't do too bad. We really didn't. Because we keep reusing the ones that we're working on. It's not bad. I'm also eating these in the background. These things are hot and dead. Okay, we're going to put a 5-minute marker. So at this point, we're going to add our mushrooms and our zucchini. So here are our oyster mushrooms. Zucchini escaped. Darn it, I almost went all night without losing one. Our tomatoes are going to go in at the very last. Now I will tell you, I don't remember this being in the soup when I used to order it. It was just the shrimp and a little bit of fish and some cilantro. We'll be adding some coconut to this as well. So it's going to be a little bit creamier and a little heartier. Oh hey, welcome in in Fluke Kitchen. Okay. You got some grenadine. Going to be drinking vodka sunrises. 14 days sober, you're going to have problems tonight. Tomorrow you're going to wake up. Should be fine. Uh-oh. Don't get too much plans because I want to come talk to you. I didn't get a chance to last night because I started having so much trouble. Go slow. Once I get the last of these ingredients in, I'll be able to start making our chicken skewers. Oh my god, these things are so hot. Ah. They just burn and burn and burn. I love them. Oh, I found out that I can order custom print hot mitts. I'm gonna try to see if I can figure out how to get my paws into an image that's good for that and go order some custom hot mitts. That ought to be pretty cool.
Mitt. Okay.
You'll see why. It goes with a few other things. Actually, everybody will see in about 2 weeks because I'm going to be going to FPM. So, oh wow, is that 2 weeks away?
I don't know. You tell me.
March 4th. I know Stubby's going. If Tobin's here, Tobin's going too. I know that. Okay, we got a boil going, so we're going to add about another 5 minutes here. Now, once that's done, we're going to add our shrimp. And we need to cook the shrimp until it turns nice and pink. I know, Saber, I know. What is that, Jackshire? It's Furthermore up in Washington. About 3 minutes. You'll see cake. I'm not sure I get that reference. The
Cake is a lie.
cake is a lie? Ah.
I mean, I don't know.
I'm finding more stuff all over the kitchen that I need to put in the dishwasher. This soup is really good. It's a little bit on the spicy side, the way I used to order it. That's why we're going to add chili oil. And I'm going to add a little bit of red pepper to it. Our favorite pizza topping, right? Except for pineapple, right? Ooh. Oh, I felt those arrows. Yeah, I know, Saber. I've not played it, but I've actually seen it. I'm gonna add a little bit of these chili flakes in here. Let them soak in a little bit. Not too much. Don't overpower. You want to taste the shrimp. You want to taste the sauce. You want to taste the veggies. You don't want to just taste the hot. Alright, we're right at the limit here, so we're going to start adding our raw shrimp here. But these are peeled and deveined already, so we don't have to do anything with them except get them in there. A lot of them are still kind of frozen, so we're going to have to, it's going to cool it down, so we'll have to let it warm up. That one we're going to wait until I can see that the shrimp are mostly complete. And then we will add our tomatoes, coconut milk, and our chili oil. Heck, the shrimp are already half color. They've already changed half their color. Alright, cherry tomatoes, we're gonna have to make a salad or something with that. What do you think, Jingle? Cherry tomatoes with a little bit of mayo and some cream, I believe. Cucumbers, salt, and pepper, I believe. I believe that's the mix.
Sure.
Look. I know where I found it last time. It's a Russian recipe. They may be buttheads, but at least they know how to cook some things. You leave things alone. But don't talk like that here. Now I'm trouble finding the shrimp. You see that? They're already turning pink. They're almost done. We haven't even gotten back up to boiling yet. It's just starting to simmer a little. Alright, so I'm going to set my 3 minutes, and I'm going to go ahead and add our other ingredients here. There's our tomatoes. There's chili oil. We're going to add some coconut milk to it. That is going to fundamentally change the color. Yep, shrimp are done. This one we're going to need a bowl. And while that is finishing up, I can start making our skewers. Alright, skewers are going to be relatively easy. There we go. Back onto our plate, or cookie sheet. We're going to use... We're going to bake in our oven here. I'm going to bring the oven up to 350. I'm going to set that for about, we'll let that warm up now. And we will set that up for about 20 minutes. Let me get our skewers. Now that I can contaminate the hands so I can wash them again. Our skewers have been soaking for quite a long time now, so they shouldn't have any chance of catching fire this time. Satay is literally just chicken skewers. I'm going to put them on here a little bit loosely. Not pressing them on very tight. You want to leave about a fifth?
Are you okay?
Yeah. You want to leave about a fist on the end here. This is for holding it. Because these tend to be pulled and eaten that way. Uh-oh. Shoot. They can splinter, so be careful. That's just my usual cough. I'm gonna try to put them in lengthwise here. You can see that they're well darkened to the sauce. Which is exactly what we want. Chicken on a stick. And I'm gonna have to pull them off to the side so you can see. This was what we made at the very beginning of the stream. This has got lemongrass, chili in it. It's got garlic and oh god, I'll have to look it up here in a second. I forgot. It's a good marinade. Oh, I need to turn the stove off. Okay. You don't want to overcook the tomatoes. Oh, my back is starting to hurt. Ugh. Almost done. I figured we had all these skewers left from the week before. Just go ahead and use them for this. There we go. Now, what I said earlier was that we were going to put these in for at 350 for about 20 minutes. That part is true. What we are also going to do is, when we get to that 20-minute mark, we're going to change the oven over to broil, and we're going to let it cook for another minute or two like that, so we can get a little bit of a crispy edge to them. These are going to be pretty saucy like this. Stove's not quite up, our oven's not quite up to temperature yet. See, this week we've done 3 already, and it's taken us about 4 hours, so that's about right. I'm going to be a little more chill about it. I've said this before and I've done it before, but then I start getting into a rush. So I'm going to put this in the oven. Start our timer. Now this doesn't have any hard vegetables on it, it's just the chicken, so we don't have to worry about potatoes or onions not being crisp. So I can start working on our presentation. Our first one is already ready. So we have our Thai red curry and we have our basmati rice. I'm going to be adding one of the chicken skewers to that. Of course, we have our finished soup now with our shrimp. The shrimp have shrunken down to the size that you normally see them. And this one does have cilantro with it. And because it's Thai, I'm going to add a little basil to it as well. I'll add that a little closer to the end because the basil tends to soak it up and brown pretty fast. How's it looking? Everybody getting hungry? This is literally the meal that I would order when I used to go to that lady's shop. This is the whole meal right here. Sometimes this and sometimes the Prick King curry, which is a little darker, requires a different pace. Oh, that's hot. Oh, that pot is hot. Let's see. My chance to sit down. See this? That looks so good. Bring you down a little bit. Oh. Hey, I'm perfectly willing to cook for everybody. I don't have a problem with that. Once I start getting into it, even if I don't feel good, you can see that I can pick it up pretty fast. The splinters are just toothpicks, yeah. Oh, we got another hydrate. Yeah. luckily, most of the dishes are done. I'll make that little salad tomorrow. One thing she used to tell me, one thing she told me when she was retiring, was that Thai food wasn't about the recipe, it was more about the technique. You could change the recipe a lot, and I did today. This recipe is not the one that I had previously. But because I've learned how to actually cook everything and get the order right and get the timing correct, it's a whole lot better. I'm going to look into getting a lighting rig as well so we can see the table a little better. I've got 4 sets of lights on right now, but it's just not quite right. It's still dark and there's a lot of shadows. It's not quite that dark. Because we used coconut milk, it's a little bit more on the orange side. It's not dark red. Oh, I'm forgetting something. Oh, where we go? Okay. Good. We'll go ahead and get that ready too. Need our peanut sauce. I looked a couple of recipes up for this stuff, and majority of people are using stuff that I don't agree with. They're literally using creamy peanut butter and making it chunky. Don't like it. That's not how it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be overwhelmingly peanut flavored. Okay, for the satay marinade for everybody that came in later, we have 2 shallots, we have a 1/4 cup of minced lemongrass, we have 2 Thai chilies, we have 1 teaspoon of cayenne pepper, we have a thumb-sized piece of ginger that was thinly sliced and put in, we have 1/2 teaspoon of turmeric, we have 2 tablespoons of coriander, we have 2 teaspoons of cumin, we have 3 tablespoons of low salt soy sauce. It is not the dark soy sauce. We have 2 tablespoons of fish sauce because 3 is too much. And we have 6 tablespoons of coconut sugar as a substitute for brown sugar, mainly because the brown sugar I have is a solid mass. And we have a little bit of vegetable oil, of course, to help getting it onto the chicken and get it to stick. Chicken is very slippery. Our soup, also for those that came in later, is chicken stock, lemongrass, carrot, 4 cloves of garlic, minced onion. I used I used a large shallot for that as well because we had an extra. We couldn't use grated galangal, but we did use grated ginger. I couldn't use the markut or kaffir lime leaves. I had to use a bay leaf and some lime juice. 1.5 tablespoons of fish sauce, again. A half tablespoon of soy sauce. 1 teaspoon of lime juice, again, yeah. 2 cups. Now, I didn't use shiitake because I couldn't find them. I used oyster mushrooms for this with the stems removed. I brought in a small zucchini. We sliced it into half moons and strip peeled it. We have about 14 or so raw shrimp in there. We have a cup of cherry tomatoes, which are sliced in half. We have about 1/4, and actually I used about 1/3 a can of coconut milk in there. We used a teaspoon of chili oil, and I added some crushed pepper flakes as well, and you can see that I've added a little cilantro and some of the onion as well. So that's what we've got in there right now. Our Thai red curry is all over the place. We've got green beans, we've got carrots, we've got mini corn, we've got basmati rice, we've got cilantro here, which I need to strip that off of the stem. We've got water chestnuts, we've got chicken, and of course our other chicken is in the oven right now. And we've got snow peas as well as some bamboo shoots as well. This used to be my lunch order. I can smell it starting to cook. We got about 11-12 minutes left, and then I'm going to switch it up to broil and try to crisp it a little bit because we can't put it in the grill. Good. Get a drink and hop into VR chat. Okay. I'll be in a little while. Since I'm here, no, I'm not going to do that. We'll see you later, Lance. I was going to say, I can show y'all how to make the Bloody Mary because I only have enough to make one left, but I don't think I better. I had enough trouble with it yesterday. I wish I could have put that into the oven a little bit sooner. I really want to thank our good friend Jindal. He's always here on Saturday. Not everybody is, but Jindal's always here. And he's always helping and is doing a very good job. And I think everybody should give him a round of applause too.
No one hears me, I'm invisible.
I can smell that lemongrass sauce cooking. Yes, thank you, everybody. I'm not sure who got me to start doing this part of the stream. Before, I was only playing games last year, and I did that until about June, and I don't remember why I started doing the cooking streams. It's been so long now. Yeah, there we go. Type in chat for Jindal. Jindal the not a dad lion. just a little bit so the soup's not in my face. I've still got plenty of this stuff left. I've got an entire pot full of both of these, and we still have a huge amount of this left, so I'm going to be eating on this all week. You guys need to remember that when I'm making these recipes, they're made really for 4 or 5 servings each. So if you go to cook one of these, you might want to adjust according to how many people are going to be eating it or how long you're going to keep it. I wouldn't suggest keeping anything more than 7 days. I definitely wouldn't keep fish that long. Chicken gets dry after about 4. And again, for anybody who's a team member that's lurking, don't forget we've got a meet up tomorrow in VR chat. Be sure to add me, or Jindal, or Haru, or Dark. You can add us at the last minute, but there's going to be a lot of there may be a lot of people in there, and it's going to be a little chaotic. So it may take us a few minutes. Our chicken is definitely about half done, so we should be good to go here. I've been around for a while. I used to cook some, but I never really liked it. I think the reason for that was because I was basically forced into doing it. And I was working all the time. I kept going out to eat all the time, so I got addicted to the bad stuff. I ate a lot of burgers, I ate a lot of fries, I ate a lot of that stuff. Gained a lot of weight. Eventually I started getting sick from it. So rather than keep doing that, I changed my mindset. That's why we're here doing this now. I feel like it's better for me, and the food is a lot better, and it tastes better than what you get at fast food places. And it's all better for you. That's why I like doing it now. Plus, I can have whatever I want instead of having to go pick off of a menu that I don't really like. I think what I'll do is I'll go flip those over. Well, no, I don't need to. They're cooking from the underside too. I also typically make a salad every week for at least 4 days. And I have that one along with the meal that we make here. So it's a good deal. It's a good deal. You get to learn a lot of things too. Ooh, I know something that would be good with this too. But I won't put it in here because I didn't make it. 3 or 4 more minutes, and then we'll switch it over to the broiler. The broiler in an electric oven is from the top down. I believe somebody told me that on a gas one it's on the bottom up. Next Friday, I will be pretty late getting home. I'm probably going to try to figure out a couple of recipes a little early, make sure that we know what we're having, and then I'll have a big surprise for everybody. I'll probably post it on the Twitter. May put it in the Discord as well. I went all night without even mentioning that. Of course, anybody that's new here, I do have Discord. I do post the recipes. I'm usually about a week behind on those. I haven't posted last week's, but everything else prior to that has been done. I have those ready, and I'll be doing them here probably in a few days. Then after that, it'll be a little chaotic for a couple of weeks. Going to FTM on March 4th, so I'll see everybody there. I've got stickers and I've got some business cards if anybody wants any, and that will preempt me having a stream that night on Saturday. The week after I'll still be streaming, I believe. And then the following week after that, we may be back, yes. So maybe only miss one. Stretch, yes, that's what I've been doing. I've been tossing towels in the laundry and getting stuff into the fridge and getting the dishwasher loaded. Gotta move around a little bit. I've got coconut milk, I've got all sorts of stuff. I think I'm gonna have to make some kind of pho. Maybe I'll make some pho tomorrow. That might be good for lunch. Alright, I'm gonna switch this over to the broiler. And I'm gonna grab them out of the oven for a second. Those will be very hot. All I'm doing is I'm just flipping them over. The skewers are a little scorched, so we gotta be careful here. Not to run it too hot. Now we're gonna put it in there for the broiler for about 2 or 3 or 4 minutes. We want them to be a little bit more crispy in the finish, and we want them to be a little more dry. Right now they're still kind of saucy. And once that's been placed, we'll get ourselves a couple of final pictures. If anybody has any questions, now would be a good time. And then we'll find somebody to rate. These mats are helping Jindal. It's nowhere near as bad. I still feel some pain, but it's not too bad. As long as I sit down for a few minutes here and there. Or I'm getting used to walking on the concrete, one of the two. I'm hungry, I want to eat that. Ugh. Yeah, there we go. It's almost done. They're starting to crisp up a little. This is the same technique you can use to make fries without having to put them in the fryer. Once you learn how to do this, you can do it with anything. I personally really don't like deep frying anything. The taste is great, but it's not good for you. There we go. We've got our satay ready. Our soup with our basil. Our peanut sauce. We've done it. Looks great. I think doing it in this little bit of a more serving size is a little better. What do you think, everybody?
Bruce?
I heard a noise. Well, all right, hungry. So at this point, I'm going to. So I want that right now. Well, I'm glad. So let's see what we can do about finding a raid, but let's do our wall of love first. Thank you, Bio, and Tovin, and Scala, and Sen, and Jindal for all being here to help out. And our new follower, Hades Frisky, as well as Canis Rufus, for the 8-month resub. It's been a little quiet tonight. It's been a little quiet for a couple of weeks, but I know everybody's been busy and A&E and everything is going on, so that's fine. I hope everybody enjoys themselves and they're careful and they take care of themselves and nobody gets sick, obviously. So, let me see who we could possibly raid to. Let's see. Jindal, you got any ideas? Or Scala or anybody? If they're still here? Let me check Furry Watch. Well, let me check the team.
That's always the hard part, finding out who to raid.
Ah. Well, let's see. Haven't rated Ali in quite a while. Ali's doing a Yakuza game.
Hey Jack, too early for medicine reminder, but okay.
Yeah. Zeno plays these Yakuza games a good bit.
I need to get back to him. Continue the story.
Hey Jack, thank you so much. I don't know if you've been here for a while or not. You want to see the last picture here before I read out? I could switch back for a second. Boom. Ah. I need to put the camera back on here on the right hand side where it used to be. Alright, let's go right on. As for a raid message, if you've got my emotes, use them. If you don't, that's okay. Use whatever you got. We'll just kind of use our generic one for Saturdays. This ought to be good. So if you'd like to get a cut paste and get a copy of that and post it in the chat real quick, you're welcome to do so. If you would, hang on for the raid, and we will go say hi to Ali Abali and see what the space chicken's working on tonight, huh? Have a great weekend. Have a great night. Pick something good to eat. Take care of yourself. Do what you need to do. I will see you all on Tuesday. It's the third Monday of the month, so I have an astronomy meeting and I missed it last time, so I need to be there. So I will be there, and I'll have to work on Tuesday. So I will see everybody then. Have a great night. Stand by for raid.